Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. God of second chances, who fills us with hope and peace, sustain our senators and those who work with them with the power of your Holy Spirit. Lord, work in them to do infinitely more than they can request or imagine. Give them a peace which the world cannot give or take away. When they are weary, give them rest. And when they are discouraged, empower them to persevere. Prepare their hearts and minds to serve you and country with humility and integrity as they work together with mutual forbearance and respect. Teach them to seek first your honor and glory, but above all, fill them with your inestimable love. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Rodney Scott of Oklahoma to be Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Mr. President,
President Pro Tem.
Today I come to the floor to speak about a favorite topic that my friends know I'm proud of, protecting whistleblowers and the roles that they play in government. I've long held that government oversight can't be done with the patriotic work of whistleblowers. Even department and agency heads need whistleblowers to know what's really going on in their respective departments and agencies. I tell people that come to my office before their Senate confirmation that whether you're in a very small number of employees agency or hundreds of thousands of employees in your agencies, you're at the top. You can't know what's going on at the bottom. And that you need to listen to whistleblowers. And they usually come forward with very important information. When they don't get that respect from the department heads, they usually end up coming to the Congress, and many of them come to the office of this senator. Just this year, to show you the importance of whistleblowers, I made records public exposing the political origin of Arctic frost. Arctic frost is the case that ultimately became one of Jack Smith's cases against President Trump. Anti-Trump FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors started Arctic frost based on even more records that I've made public. Those very same anti-Trump FBI agents were involved in the investigation and prosecution of Peter Navarro, now serving with President Trump in the White House, like he did in the first Trump administration. Those agents that took on Peter Navarro were Assistant Special Agent in Charge Tebow and Special Agent Walter Giagardina. Whistleblowers have also disclosed to me that J.P. Cooney wanted to potentially open yet another case on Trump. J.P. Cooney was Jack Smith's deputy. Allegedly, Cooney wanted to use compulsory process to obtain more information. He improperly based that desire to do so in a large part on partisan news outlets. And guess who was included in the communication about the new case against Trump? That same person's name shows up, Special Agent Walter Giagardina. I'll have more to speak on that matter later. Whistleblowers have told me that Special Agent Giagardina openly stated his desire to investigate Trump, even if it meant false predication. I've been able to make all these records publicly available because of brave, patriotic whistleblowers. They're patriots to the highest order. And a lot of this information that I received from whistleblowers wouldn't have been made available or even known that it existed without the help of these whistleblowers. And because of those whistleblowers, it's now an absolute fact that these cases against President Trump and his associates were politically motivated. My investigative work won't rest. There'll be much more coming from this senator. Now, on another matter, Mr. President, if I can continue for another minute or two, the U.S. regulatory process for approving farmers' tools like pesticides is the benchmark for all global regulatory standards. In other words, the United States agencies that deal with approving the safety of pesticides stands as a measure of how other global regulatory agencies will approve or disapprove of pesticides. Now, I'm going to speak about the MAHA Commission, and I don't know whether that acronym means much to people, but it stands for Make America Healthy Again. Last month, the MAHA Commission released a report taking aim at that regulatory process of deciding the safety or not so safe safety of pesticides. If you undermine our already strict and effective regulatory process, you undermine our global competitiveness. The result would be losing out to our competitors on business in the form of exports and direct investment in the United States. It would also pull other countries away from our standard in favor of others, creating non-tariff barriers to trade. The U.S. regulatory system for food and agriculture rose up alongside these important industries created by pioneers that changed the world through technology. This progress led humanity to the most prosperous time in history. As conservatives, it's important to remember that often it is not the lack of regulation, but the overregulation of our industry that hinders our prosperity. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, on Monday afternoon, the Senate Finance Committee released the text of the centerpiece of our reconciliation bill, making the tax relief we passed in 2017 permanent. The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act reduced tax rates for every income bracket, doubled the child tax credit, and nearly doubled the standard deduction. And that, of course, meant more money in Americans' pockets. But those lower tax rates and the larger standard deduction and the child tax credit are set to expire at the end of this year. And if we don't take action, American families will be facing a massive tax hike starting in 2026. Americans making less than $400,000 a year would face a $2.6 trillion tax hike. A typical family of four making $80,000 a year would need to send an additional $1,700 to Uncle Sam. $1,700, Mr. President. Republicans promised the American people that we wouldn't let that happen. And with the release of the Finance Committee's text, we are one step closer to delivering on that promise. Our bill will extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act's lower tax rates. It will extend the doubled child tax credit. It will extend the nearly doubled standard deduction. But not just extend them, Mr. President, make them permanent. Extending the lower tax rates or the standard deduction was never going to be enough for Republicans. We are making the lower tax rates and the doubled child tax credit and the increased standard deduction permanent so that American families do not have to worry about another looming tax hike a few years down the road. And we're actually going even further by increasing the child tax credit by another $200, again, on a permanent basis. And, Mr. President, that's not all we're doing. We're also going to make life better for the American people by growing our economy. In addition to cutting tax rates for hardworking Americans, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act also implemented a historic reform of the business side of the tax code. We lowered tax rates for owners of small and medium-sized businesses, farms and ranches, and made it easier for them to recover the cost of investing in their businesses, which in turn freed up cash for them to invest in their operations and their workers. We lowered our nation's massive corporate tax rate, which prior to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was the highest corporate tax rate in the developed world, to make American businesses more competitive in the global economy and empower them to invest in wages and benefits for their workers. And we brought our international tax system into the 21st century so that American businesses would no longer be operating at a disadvantage next to their foreign counterparts. And, Mr. President, it worked. In the wake of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, our economy grew at a substantially better rate than projected. Real wages increased, unemployment fell to a 50-year low, the poverty rate fell to the lowest level ever recorded, business investment increased. Everywhere you looked, there was positive economic news. Now, Mr. President, when we passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we were able to make some of that business tax relief permanent. But like the individual tax relief, other provisions have either already expired, are expiring at the end of this year, or in the process of phasing out. That includes lower tax rates for small and medium-sized businesses, the Section 199A small business tax deduction, and full expensing for new capital investment in domestic research and development. Our legislation will permanently extend these key provisions. And between these and other new pro-growth policies, like a provision to boost domestic manufacturing by implementing full expensing for new factories and factory improvements, we can expect to see further economic growth and more jobs and opportunities for American workers. The Council of Economic Advisors, which accurately predicted the economic and wage growth that we achieved in the wake of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, is forecasting 2.9% to 3.5% long-run GDP as a result of our legislation. And, Mr. President, that means more jobs, better wages, as much as a $13,327 increase for a typical family, and more opportunities for American workers. It also means more revenue for the federal government, but revenue created the right way, through economic growth, not through higher taxes. And I should mention that yesterday the Congressional Budget Office released a new HR1 analysis, which characteristically, I should say, underestimates the economic growth and hence the revenue that this bill will provide. CBO, or the Congressional Budget Office, did the same thing with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, when it estimated revenues would be $1.5 trillion lower than what they've actually been. The Council of Economic Advisors, by contrast, which was most accurate in its modeling of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act effects, including, its effect on revenue, tells us that passage of our legislation will increase federal revenues by $4.1 trillion more than enough to offset the CBO's deficit estimate. Mr. President, in addition to promising to make the 2017 tax relief permanent, President Trump outlined multiple other tax proposals on the campaign trail, proposals which were endorsed by the American people with his strong win in November. And with this bill, we are delivering on those promises. We're suspending taxes on tips for millions of tipped workers. We're suspending taxes on overtime for millions of hourly workers. We are suspending taxes on auto loan interest when you buy a new car manufactured in the United States. And we're increasing the standard deduction for millions of low and middle income seniors, making their retirement a little easier and more prosperous. We're also implementing a program to create savings accounts for newborns with an initial deposit of $1,000 to help parents save and invest for their children's future needs. Mr. President, everything we're doing in this bill is for the sake of making America stronger and more prosperous. And nowhere is that more true than when it comes to the tax portion, the centerpiece of our bill. The tax provisions in our bill, from the permanent extension of the lower tax rates to the increased child tax credit to the permanent tax relief for small and medium-sized businesses, will help bring security to American families and prosperity to our country. Working Americans, Mr. President, are going to have a better life because of this legislation. And I'm proud to be a part of permanently extending and upgrading the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. With that, I want to thank Chairman Crapo and his members on the Senate Finance Committee for their incredible work on the tax portion of our upcoming bill. And I look forward, Mr. President, to delivering permanent tax relief for hardworking Americans and American businesses in the very near future. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll come to the floor briefly to talk about two subjects. One relates to a situation that I've been updated on of a gentleman who has been detained by ICE out in California. And I want to talk a little bit, we have to go back to retrograde when we were leaving Afghanistan several years ago. My office spent a lot of time working with various nonprofits and veterans advocacy organizations to do our very best to get people out of Afghanistan who had served alongside of U.S. service members. And we met with a lot of success, and thank God for former special operators and others who were outside of the boundary. We were literally in a network of coordinating positioning of families to get to the Kabul airport, HKIA they call it, to get them to a specific gate and get them out, them and their families. Why were we doing that? Because the people that helped special operators and forces in Afghanistan had marks on them. They would be murdered if they were found by the Taliban for supporting and working alongside American citizens, which they did, and many of them lost their lives. Okay, I just became informed over the past day about the detention of a gentleman who had worked for the military as an interpreter, I think for 3 years directly, and then working with a contractor. Unfortunately, he was not one of the ones that got out of, he was in northern Afghanistan at the time. He was not one of the ones who was fortunate enough to get out before the Taliban were allowed to overrun Kabul and subsequently murder and kill a number of people who had worked alongside Americans for many years. Well, it turns out this gentleman was in Afghanistan, as was his brother, and they become a target because they knew that they were working alongside American service members. They murdered his brother. And so he decided to flee from Afghanistan to Iran, which is not a particularly friendly territory. Think about that. Willing to go to Iran because it's a safer place to be than Afghanistan. And then he subsequently got a humanitarian visa in Brazil, and he did find his way to the U.S., and unfortunately, he did so illegally. Instead of being in a safe third country, he did come here. He did violate our immigration laws. But he also stood alongside American service members and was getting out of a horrible situation where I think everyone would agree that he needed to get out of Afghanistan. I believe he used the CBP-1 app to try and apply for asylum. He was paroled here in the Biden administration, who did abuse the parole system while he was in office. But at the end of the day, we've got a guy who served along American soldiers, who undoubtedly saved American lives in the process, who was in this country illegally, but now he's in a detention center in California. And all I'm trying to say is, folks, I want you to obey our laws. But for the majority of times, if you come to this country illegally, then I want you to potentially be deported. But you can't cast everybody in that same lot. Somebody that the only reason, and he was also trying to apply for a special immigrant visa under the interpreter program. So all I'm saying is that things are moving quickly. It just disturbs me that we've got somebody in detention who served, by all accounts, admirably alongside American servicemen, probably saved their lives because those interpreters were embedded in the community. And I think we owe it to this person to get him out of detention and into some status to determine what country he should go to. I'm not necessarily arguing that he should stay in the United States, but I am arguing that he shouldn't be in detention in California after his service indirectly and directly for our country. Mr. President, that's all I have to say on that matter, but we're going to be tracking it very closely, and I thought it was important to say that on the floor. Mr. President, the last thing I'm going to leave you with is I sat on this floor yesterday while Senator Padilla was speaking. And I have to tell you that the events that occurred, and I'm saying this because now I hear about a dust-up in New York. Folks, Alex Padilla I consider a friend. And I believe that he was very, very, his emotions were on at a 10 because of some of the things that he's seen occurring in terms of ICE detention, ICE raids. I agree and disagree with him on some of the policy, but folks, we've got to get to a point where elected officials have to take some responsibility for their actions. And we have press conferences here all the time. We have press conference, a daily, weekly press conference out here with leadership. We've got a press room on the 3rd floor. I wonder if we're actually saying it's okay for me to run out here and interrupt Senator Schumer while he's giving his opening statements to a presser to ask him a question. I think that that's inappropriate. I think it would be inappropriate to do it to my Democrat colleagues up in the press room on the 3rd floor. I think it would be inappropriate for me to go out and do that out in the field. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is why don't both sides own up to the fact that they both own some responsibility for what happened there? Senator Padilla should have found a better way to elevate his concerns to the Secretary of Homeland Security rather than going in there and having that dust up. Having said that, there were clearly people in that building that knew he was a U.S. Senator. So the minute he was removed from that situation in that briefing room, then they should have treated him with respect and allowed him to disperse. It was disgusting to me to see somebody wrestled to the floor, anybody, but particularly a U.S. Senator that's in a federal building. So I would just say to those who are tempted now to think that they can act like they're off the hinge and they should interrupt a press conference or threaten police officials to arrest them, to think twice. Step up and be leaders. If you got a point, don't go try and trend on social media by getting in somebody's face. Make a point. You want to make a point, that's what you do. You want to make a difference, then come to the Senate floor and try to figure out how to get your policies through. That's how this place should work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Are we in a quorum? No. Mr. President, the MAGA Supreme Court majority seems to have forgotten one of its jobs is to protect Americans from discrimination. The Republican cruel crusade against trans Americans infringes on the rights of parents, the rights of kids. Once again, Republicans use these issues to divide America and distract them from their plans to rip health care away from millions of people. We will keep fighting to protect the rights of all Americans. Now, on a classified briefing. As the conflict in the Middle East continues, all of us are concerned for the safety of U.S. troops and citizens and America's interests around the world. For the information of my colleagues, I've requested a classified briefing on the situation in the Middle East, and I believe we will get one soon. I will keep my colleagues informed as more updates arise. On the CBO report of late yesterday, the more and more as people look at the Republican so-called big beautiful bill, the uglier and uglier it actually gets. Yesterday, the CBO updated their projections on the impact of the House bill on our national debt and on our economy. The results are dismal. As the New York Times put in a headline, House policy bill would add $3.4 trillion to debt, swamping economic gains. This analysis is new and different because, unlike their last projection, the CBO studied how the Republican bill would interact with the economy. How many times have we heard from Republicans that we shouldn't listen to groups like the CBO because what they're doing so much stares in the face of truth? They don't want to hear the truth, because when people hear the truth, they don't like what Republicans are doing. So they shoot the messenger. CBO doesn't have an axe to grind. No. And their scores have always been accepted by both parties until now. So the bottom line is our Republicans try to discredit CBO because they don't like hearing the truth. But the truth must be told, and we are telling that truth to the American public day in, day out. And we are telling them that these analyses ignore the economic benefit that supposedly come from the outrageous billionaire tax cuts. Well, now we know that even after you take into account any impacts, any economic impacts, the so-called dynamic scoring created by the Republican bill, it is still a loser for working and middle-class families. Only the wealthy gain. The Republican bill will send interest rates higher, particularly 10-year bonds. And you know what that means? It means Americans will pay more and more for virtually everything. When interest rates go up, which the Republican bill will do because it makes the deficit even bigger, it'll be more expensive for the working family to buy a home, a car, send kids to college, run a business, everything. The latest CBO report is a warning to Senate Republicans. Doubling down on the House's reckless spending will doom our kids and grandkids to a life of higher cost. They should scrap the big, beautiful bill entirely and start over. But amazingly, Senate Republicans didn't moderate the House bill at all. No. If anything, they made it worse. It's hard to believe it could get worse than the House bill for working families. But the House, somehow, the Senate Republicans, they're supposed to be not as extreme as the House Republicans, but in this case, more so. After weeks of hearing from one Republican senator or another saying that they'd fix the House bill, that they'd moderate the most extreme elements, what Senate Republicans came up with is just as bad or even worse. The Senate Republican bill is simply put, bigger cuts, bigger betrayal. So today, let's look at 5 ways. There are many, but let's look at 5 ways the Senate Republican bill is just as bad or even worse than the House version. First, health care. The House bill already proposes the biggest Medicaid cuts in U.S. history. Their bill would rip health care away now from 16 million Americans, make over $1 trillion in health care cuts. The Senate bill would add even more roadblocks for working Americans, even parents, preventing them from getting health care. This bill is just repeal and replace by another name. And the Senate bill squeezes hospitals even harder, particularly rural hospitals. It crushes health centers and decimates rural hospitals. Are my Republican colleagues going to vote for a bill that's going to close a good chunk of their hospitals in rural areas? We have a lot of rural places in New York, and let me tell you, in many of those rural counties, the hospital is the biggest employer and the only provider of health care. So why take them away, especially to give tax cuts to billionaires? Makes no sense, and the American people know it makes no sense. It's vicious. It means fewer resources for hospitals to stay open and pay their staffs. And one other thing, even if you don't have Medicaid, or even ACA, your premiums are likely to go up because of all these changes in health care. Second of the five of the worst things in the Senate bill are clean energy jobs. Senate Republicans spent weeks promising they'd ease the clean energy cuts passed by the House. But the Senate Republican energy package is a total head fake. It's not real. The Senate Clean Energy Bill cuts the cuts in the Senate Clean Energy Bill are every bit as destructive as the House proposal. It phases out tax credits for wind and solar projects within 6 months. An estimated 850,000 people in the clean energy industry will lose their jobs. Add that to the million or more who will lose their jobs in health care and the hundreds of thousands who will lose jobs in other areas. Guess what? When you lose 2 million jobs plus, you're heading towards a recession. Is that what our Republican colleagues want to do, all to help their billionaires? Billionaires won't mind if there's a recession. They got a big cushion. But what about working families? Harder to get a job, harder to keep a job, harder to pay for increased costs. It's amazing what they're doing. And to boot, these energy cuts are going to surrender U.S. energy independence to China. Solar is the quickest, cheapest way to put new electrons on the grid. You cut it out, China will dominate, and they will then dominate the world in terms of solar, and they will have the American consumer at their behest. And if you think they're going to charge the Chinese people the same they're going to charge American people, forget it. Even worse, while the Republicans are gutting clean energy, they're giving special tax breaks to the oil and gas companies. Oil and gas will be the one industry that doesn't have to pay the alternative minimum tax. Is that incredible? So they don't like tax breaks for solar, but tax breaks for the oil companies are great? That's not an all-of-the-above strategy, which so many of my colleagues talk about. And let's not forget, AI has huge energy demands. It is going to push up the costs for Americans. So why cut off the fastest growing, cheapest, and quickest to construct source of energy, which is solar? It's all ideological. It's beyond rational economics, even by the Republicans' love of fossil fuels. It is simply that these right-wing billionaires from Texas and Oklahoma who made a fortune in the Permian Basin, the Anadarko Basin, etc., hate clean energy because they know it's the future. And Republicans, at the cost to hundreds of millions of Americans, are bowing down in obeisance to them. Third, and this one's very important because it has not gotten the attention it deserves, the Senate bill somehow manages to cater even more to the radical gun lobby than the House. For those who may have missed it, and many did, in the House bill, Republicans snuck a devious provision that reverses a century of safety rules on silencers. We know that silencers are used by people who don't want people to know they have a gun. Not by police, not by average citizens, but by criminals. People who go shoot up mass shootings, they don't want people to hear their shots. And in one case, it's known that they used a silencer and killed more people. But Senate Republicans go even beyond that. Refusing to be outdone by their House colleagues, they made it even worse in a dramatic way. They decided to drop regulation and background checks on not only silencers, but shotguns and rifles. For 100 years, we've had these on the books, these laws on the books for gun safety. This is stunning, terrifying, and just totally idiotic. To the extreme Republicans who slipped these gun provisions into their bill, shame on you. Shame on you for putting the gun lobby over the lives of kids. Shame on you for endangering our families and law enforcement. Shaming on you for adding fuel to America's gun epidemic. As many of you know, I'm the author of the Brady Law. I got it passed in the House in 1994, as well as the assault weapons ban. And there was always a tradition, not shotguns, not rifles. And that's broken by this extreme and dangerous provision that the Senate has added to the bill. We're going to fight this provision and the provisions on silencers with everything we've got, including in the birdbath process, where we believe this provision has no right to be in a reconciliation bill. It's not a revenue raiser. It's policy. It should be knocked out. Fourth, the Senate bill took House Republican attacks on our courts and dialed them up even more. Right now, the Trump administration is losing in court about 95% of the time when its actions are challenged as unlawful. And there are so many actions that the Trump administration is doing that is unlawful. And they're losing. And it's not just liberal or Democratic chosen judges who are knocking these things out. A lot of them are Republican judges, and a good number are Trump-appointed judges. But they're doing their job. They're obeying the law. They're telling the Trump administration, you cannot break the law. Right now, because Trump is losing 95% of the cases, even from his own appointed judges, he's defying the courts with more and more frequency. And Republicans in Congress want to codify the Trump administration's attacks on the courts. The House bill, for those who remember, would have prevented courts from enforcing their injunctions if plaintiffs didn't put up massive security bonds. The Senate bill goes even further. Remarkably and disgustingly enough, Senate Republican bill wants to prevent courts from even issuing injunctions against the federal government in the first place if plaintiffs don't put up massive security bonds. In other words, Senate Republicans want to turn our justice system into pay to play. If you can't put up the money up front, then no injunctive relief against the abuses of the federal government, even though those abuses are at a record high. It's a naked attack on checks and balances, a disturbing escalation against judicial independence. Finally, debt and taxes, the subject we are focusing on this week. Senate Republicans, through their proposal, want to pass some of the largest cuts for the ultra-rich in American history and then ruin our children's financial future by making these tax cuts permanent. If Republicans make Trump's tax cuts permanent, our children and grandchildren will be condemned to a lifetime of higher interest rates, higher costs, and diminished potential. Why are Republicans doing all this? Well, we know what their North Star is. Tax cuts for billionaires. They tie themselves in knots. They do terrible damage to their constituents in so many ways, all so they can give tax breaks to the wealthy. This is the big difference between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats believe in lowering taxes for working families and the middle class, parents raising their kids, small business owners trying to grow. Republicans, meanwhile, believe in helping those at the very, very top, even at the cost of dooming our children and grandchildren to a lifetime of debt that Republicans only selectively care about. They believe that helping billionaires and big corporations is somehow going to make everyone better off. That's never worked. When you put it all together, the Senate version of Donald Trump's big, ugly bill is even worse than the House. It makes even deeper cuts to health care. It destroys American clean energy. It raises costs on working and middle-class families, and it rewards those at the very top at the expense of all the rest of us. Finally, on the CPB nomination, today Senate Republicans will confirm Rodney Scott as Commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, or CPB. It's hard to imagine a worse, more unqualified, more dangerous choice to lead the CPB in this moment than Mr. Scott. His lack of experience alone is enough to disqualify him from the position. But there's even more. During his time at the Border Patrol, Mr. Scott was directly implicated in the alleged cover-up of the death of someone in Border Patrol custody. These are the people Donald Trump seems to like, people who break the law. He likes that. And there's another one. When pressed by the committee about these allegations, Mr. Scott described his actions as routine. Cover up the death of someone who was in custody, that's routine? This is sick. This is a person who may have covered up the death of someone in the Border Patrol custody, and now Republicans want to put him in charge of border security? No one who allegedly covered up a wrongful death at the hands of law enforcement should ever be named to a position of leadership. The Senate should reject his nomination. And while at a time when the Trump administration is snatching people off the streets, conducting military-style raids across America, and demonizing immigrants, Mr. Scott would be nothing more than a rubber stamp for some of Donald Trump's nastiest, cruelest immigration policies. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Scott nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that we move ahead with the vote that's scheduled for noon. It's just about that time now.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Rodney Scott of Oklahoma to be Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Department of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The Senate, The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Rodney Scott of Oklahoma to be Commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Department of Homeland Security shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Deans. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen.
Losing your new page shine. It's only been 2 weeks. And don't you see that they're not glowing as much anymore?
Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren.
Danny on the door has good jokes.
Mr. Welch.
All right. I'm very excited about that.
Mr. Whitehouse.
But you guys can't be tired. They can't be sleeping.
Mr. Wicker.
What the real pages do, these are the wussy pages. The real pages.
Mr. Wyden.
Yeah, right? They take calculus.
Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Collins, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Marshall, Mullen, Ricketts, and Thune. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Booker, Cortez Masto, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Klobuchar, Merkley, Rosen, Van Hollen, Warner, and Warnock. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. King, or Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye.
Everybody good?
Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye.
On this motion, the yeas are, sorry.
Mr. Welch, no.
On this motion, the yeas are 50, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the next nominee.
Nomination, Federal Communications Commission, Olivia Trusty of Maryland to be a member of the Federal Communications Commission.
The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Aye. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Kramer, Cruz, Fetterman, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Murkowski, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Tillis, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blunt-Rochester, Coons, Duckworth, Gallego, Heinrich, Hirono, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Schiff, Slotkin, Smith, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Daines. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty. Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 45. The nomination is confirmed. Which one? Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Talk to her staff. Let me see what she wants to do.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted to my first session summer interns, Amanda Edgar, Grace Collian, Jeffrey Alsop, Rhiannon Dobbins, Wesley Hurlburt, Selby Long, Brooke Markoff, Mia Parrish, Carly Thrun, Drake Ward, Braxton Zink, and Vanessa Auth, and my Senate Committee on Indian Affairs interns Elmore Limber, Hand, Julia King, and Austin West for the month of June 2025 in the 119th Congress.
Without objection. Senator from Nevada.
Legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of the following bills in block: S-154, S-282, S-356, S-1112, and H.R. 2215. Further, that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the following bills in block: S-154, S-282, S-356, S-1112, H.R. 42, which was received from the House and is at the desk, H.R. 43, which was received from the House and is at the desk, H.R. 618, which was received from the House and is at the desk, and H.R. 2215.
Is there objection to proceeding the measures en bloc? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the bills be considered, read a third time en bloc.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bills en bloc.
Is there further debate? If not, the question is on passage of the bills en bloc. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bills are passed en bloc.
And finally, I ask unanimous consent that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, we just passed a bipartisan package of bills. Some of them passed by the Senate in the last Congress, and recently some of them passed by the House. The package includes one of my pieces of legislation, which was needed in Nevada, which was H.R. 618, the Apex Area Technical Corrections Act. This bill will cut through red tape at the Apex Industrial Park in North Las Vegas and speed up the cumbersome and unnecessary permitting process for businesses looking to build or expand there. Here's how. All Nevada developers know that the federal government owns more than 80% of the land in our state. That requires us to have this federal partnership. Every time a company wants to develop a project on public land, they need a permit from the Bureau of Land Management. That process, as we all know, can take years, and in that time, we're losing out on economic growth and on new job creation. That's what's currently happening at the Apex Industrial Park in North Las Vegas. Apex has over 7,000 acres of developable land where various companies are building new sites. That includes Air Liquide's largest hydrogen plant in the world, an 885,000 square foot distribution center for the grocery chain Smith's, and a 1 million square foot distribution center for the footwear company Crocs. The Smith Center is projected to add 250 jobs for Nevadans, while the Crocs Center could create up to 1,200 jobs. And unfortunately, because of an outdated permitting law, too many businesses that want to set up shop at Apex are bogged down by burdensome obstacles. When the Apex industrial site was created in 1989, Congress passed legislation to transfer federal land to private ownership. But the Bureau of Land Management maintained control over large utility corridors that crisscross throughout the whole development. That means every business that wants to start constructing or even expand at Apex has to go through the complicated federal permitting process if they want to access necessities like gas, power, sewage, access roads, and broadband lines across those BLM-controlled corridors. In the initial law passed in 1989, Congress gave Clark County, Nevada, the authorization to speed up the permitting process, but since then, Apex's primary management has changed to the City of North Las Vegas and the Apex Industrial Park Owners Association as well. Unfortunately, these two entities don't have the authority to permit new pipelines or power connections or roads for businesses and their facilities. That has caused delays that could last years. That's why I'm fighting to pass the Apex Area Technical Corrections Act. This bill will give the City of North Las Vegas, the Apex Industrial Park Owners Association, the authority they need to issue permits and get new and existing businesses the utilities they need to operate. This legislation cuts through unnecessary government obstacles and allows our businesses to grow at a sustainable pace. It is essential to ensure businesses can efficiently continue to build and expand in Nevada, including at the Apex Industrial Park. We will bring new jobs to North Las Vegas and will continue to strengthen our economy. This bill is already passed through the House of Representatives, and I look forward to the President signing it into law soon. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska. Senator from Alaska.
Close there. Mr. President, I'm really very glad we were able to reach agreement today to pass these 4 bills by unanimous consent, sending them to the President to be signed into law. And I want to acknowledge and thank my colleague and friend from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto. I also want to acknowledge Senator Markey from Massachusetts. They've worked with us to try to get us to the place where we are today, where we are able to move these bills across the floor. I also want to thank the chairman of the Energy Committee and the ranking member, Chairman Lee, and ranking member Heinrich. Their teams worked with us at the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, as well as the cloakroom teams, to make sure that we were able to be successful today. The Senate passed all 4 of these measures last December. So we've seen them once, now we've seen them twice, but the House ran out of time at the end of last Congress to take them up. So we are where we are, but now these bills are going to be going to the President for his signature. 2 of the bills that we just passed are important for Alaska Natives, and I'm proud to have been able to work on these important measures. It's been a multi-year effort to get them to the President's desk, but Again, I don't care really if we send an HR or if we send an S bill to the president. We just want to get it accomplished. We want to get some things done for Alaska. The first measure, which is H.R. 42, amends the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, or ANCSA. It amends it to ensure that when Alaska Native elders, the blind and the disabled, that they receive dividends from, when they receive dividends from their settlement trusts, that they do not inadvertently become then ineligible to participate in federal needs-based assistance programs. This is pretty common sense. So you've got a situation where Alaska Natives who are aged, blind, or disabled, they should not have to choose between accepting the settlement trust income that they are entitled to or qualifying for federal benefits such as Supplemental Security Income, SSI, or SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, as well as housing assistance. And now with this bill, they're not going to have to make that choice. The second measure, which is H.R. 43, the Alaska Native Village Municipal Lands Restoration Act, what this does is eliminate a requirement under ANCSA Section 14C3 that Alaska Native Village corporations convey land to the state of Alaska to be held in trust for future municipalities, which are not likely ever to be established. So what we are doing with this measure is sunsetting this requirement and allowing village corporations to regain title to conveyed lands. This will allow village corporations to fully utilize their lands for the benefit of their communities. This is what we want to see happen, and again, it's been a long time coming, so I'm pleased that we're here. I am hopeful that the Senate can pass more of these similar, very non-controversial bills through the unanimous consent process. We shouldn't get into the practice where we wait until the end of a Congress or perhaps even multiple Congresses for a package to be knit together. People in these communities are waiting on us, as Senator Cortez Masto noted in her state of Nevada or in my state of Alaska. They're waiting on us to deliver these small legislative priorities that will allow them to move forward with whether it's economic development or just making sure that there's a level of equity and fairness. So I thank my colleagues, I thank the Energy Committee as well as the floor team and my staff that helped us move these measures forward. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President,
Senator from Oregon.
I rise to oppose the nomination of Rodney Scott to lead the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency. In my view, this is yet another appalling nomination from the Trump administration. As a senior federal official, agents in Mr. Scott's direct chain of command tried to cover up their culpability in the beating death of a man in their custody with his help. His record, in my view, is disqualifying for someone seeking one of the most important law enforcement posts in the nation. U.S. Customs and Border Protection has extraordinary discretion to conduct searches of Americans' belongings and phones, and to interrogate American citizens at border crossings and to seize illicit goods. The agency has more than 60,000 employees. Leading this agency requires someone whose judgment and character are unquestioned. Mr. Scott does not meet the bar. In 2010, Mr. Scott led the San Diego sector of the Border Patrol, a position that included oversight of a unit that tampered with evidence after agents beat and tased Mr. Rojas while in their custody. He died of those injuries soon after. This unit taped over recordings of the incident and served an illegal subpoena on the hospital for the man's medical records, then refused to share them with local law enforcement. This is according to allegations filed with the Inter-American Human Rights Commission of the Organization of American States and by police investigators. The actions were so egregious, the Human Rights Commission concluded a few weeks ago that the U.S. government violated Mr. Rojas' family's right of access to justice. Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent now to enter the Critical Incidents Team and DHS Inspector General's reports about the incident, first obtained by the Project on Government Oversight, into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Mr. Scott admitted before the Finance Committee that he signed the illegal subpoena and expressed no remorse for his actions. He appears so unfazed by these allegations of brazen lawlessness that it seems inevitable he will sanction similar abuses of power if he is confirmed to lead Customs and Border Patrol. Since Donald Trump took office, on far too many occasions, CBP has shown contempt for the constitutional rights of Americans. For example, in Texas, a 10-year-old U.S. citizen was left in Mexico with her family after being stopped by CBP on her way to a doctor's appointment for brain cancer treatment. In Washington, CBP detained a family of 6, including a pregnant mother who was still breastfeeding her baby, a U.S. citizen. CBP held them in a windowless cell for 24 days. They had no access to due process or ability to contest their detention. In Arizona, a 19-year-old U.S. citizen with intellectual disabilities who has difficulty speaking, writing, and reading was arrested by CBP and charged with illegal entry, despite being an American. CBP kept him detained for 10 days. Mr. President, there are countless gut-wrenching stories like this. Courts have already raised concerns about CBP's inability to uphold the Constitution. Mr. President, I'm of the view that America needs strong enforcement at the border to protect our people against criminals and drug traffickers. But that does not have to come at the expense of violating Americans' constitutional rights. Our country does not need a border agency that indiscriminately violates the rights of Americans, or one that feels like it's above due process and above the law. That doesn't make our country safer. It only leads to corruption, more wrongful arrests, and more wrongful deaths. Americans do not need to choose between security and our rights. We can have both, just as Ben Franklin said many years ago. I fear that confirming Mr. Scott will make our country less secure and less free. For that reason, I strongly oppose this nomination. I yield back.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from North Dakota.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent that the next vote be called.
Without objection. The question occurs on the Scott nomination.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Ernst, Hoeven, Kennedy, Langford, Schmidt, Sheehy, Young. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kim, Peters, Sanders, Shaheen, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Crapo, Aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Padilla, no.
Have a good time.
Change your guard. Yeah. We're after this
Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Paul, aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's actions. The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 138.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no. All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Daniel Zimmerman of North Carolina to be an Assistant Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Daniel Zimmerman of North Carolina to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
And Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 140.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Commerce, Paul Dabber of New York to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Paul Dabber of New York to be Deputy Secretary of Commerce, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 93.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of the Treasury, Kenneth Keyes of Virginia to be an Assistant Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provision of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kenneth Keyes of Virginia to be an Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have one Sorry, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from Tennessee.
do we find ourselves in a quorum call?
We are,
I ask that we suspend the quorum.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Recently, the American people have witnessed something that is truly disturbing to them. While President Trump is making America safe by getting criminal illegal aliens off the streets, what they have seen is some on the left are trying to stop the removal of criminal illegal aliens. Now, Mr. President, this is an issue where about 90% of the American people agree. They do not want gangs, Tren de Aragua, MS-13, violent gangs, criminals that have committed rape, murder, child sexual abuse, drug traffickers, sex traffickers. They don't want them in their communities. But when you look at LA, what you're seeing is that ICE apprehended illegal aliens with these appalling criminal histories. And these are not just charges that have been filed, they're actual convictions that these people have had. Now, I will say this, LA and all these other communities where you have removed these criminal illegal aliens, the streets are going to be safer. Communities are going to be safer. Yet you have some pro-illegal leftists in California who have lined up to actually condemn the arrests. Now, Governor Gavin Newsom has called them reckless and cruel, and the LA mayor, Mayor Bass, claimed that arresting criminals actually sows terror. Her words. Representative Maxine Waters said President Trump is targeting, her words, the most vulnerable people. These statements are truly at odds with reality, and they make absolutely no sense. How does it sow terror when you are actually apprehending the criminals and taking them off the streets? But when you look at reality and then look at these statements, you see that whether it's Governor Newsom or Mayor Bass, they did nothing as these violent rioters took over LA County streets to protest lawful arrest. Following the operations, thousands of far-left activists set vehicles on fire. They looted businesses, many owned by those that had immigrated to our country. They shot fireworks at police officers. They blocked off freeways. They burned American flags, and they unleashed chaos across the city. According to Democrats, these riots were, in their word, peaceful. Anyone else could see that the violence that was transpiring was out of control. Even LA's police chief said that his troops were overwhelmed. That's why President Trump deployed 4,000 National Guardsmen and 700 Marines to LA to help restore law and order. Now, instead of saying thank you to the president for this much needed support as the officers were overwhelmed, Democrats started attacking him. In fact, Governor Newsom is suing the Trump administration to remove National Guardsmen from LA. Once again, the Democrats are siding with criminals over law-abiding citizens. The images you see of barricaded streets, burning vehicles, looted storefronts, that's what the leftists want. We saw this in 2020, and we saw then that you had elected officials standing on the side of criminals. They are on the side of violent rioters, lawlessness, and chaos. The American people are tired of crime, They have had enough. As I said earlier, they do not want violent gangs, MS-13 or Tren de Aragua, in their neighborhoods. They want them apprehended and they want them deported. And it's a big reason why voters returned President Trump to the Oval Office. And he is going to do everything he can to bring this violence in these cities to an end. In the Senate, Republicans are working hard to make certain that not only the president, but also the administration have the tools that they need to get the job done. My CLEAR Act would ensure that state and local law enforcement officials have the explicit authority to assist the federal government in our immigration enforcement efforts by codifying the 287G program that is so critical. This would enable law enforcement entities just to move forward with that. They wouldn't have to apply for the program. This month, I also introduced legislation that is backed by the White House that would establish a deportation shot clock. This would require the federal government to deport an illegal alien within 15 days of removal proceedings being commenced. This would empower the Trump administration to expedite deportations and ensure that we are getting criminals off our streets faster than ever before. While Democrats and the leftists out in LA are siding with criminals, President Trump and the Republicans here are doing everything we can to help make America safe again. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record. In recent weeks, new reports have confirmed what the American people had witnessed for 4 years, that President Biden was in serious decline while in office and struggled to fulfill his duties as President of the United States. Now, to cover all this up, a small group of close aides and family members, including Hunter Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, reportedly made decisions on behalf of the former president while shielding him from the public eye. Even President Biden's cabinet secretaries struggled to reach him. And I'm quoting one secretary here. There was clearly a deliberate strategy by the White House to have him meet with as few people as possible. That's according to a cabinet secretary. Another one said that the president could only, and I quote, give you 4 to 6 good hours a day, end quote. Everybody knows that you cannot work 4 hours a day and be out of Washington, D.C. 40% of the time and be the leader of the free world. Mr. President, that is impossible. While members of the Biden administration are finally speaking out, for years, many of my fellow Tennesseans and I have watched as we saw then President Biden appear to be unfit to serve in the most demanding and powerful position in the world, and yes, we have been concerned. Yet, when we raised the alarm, Democrats in the media called us conspiracy theorists and dismissed video evidence of President Biden's decline as cheap fakes. The latest reports confirm that Democrats in the media covered up the former president's decline, but they also point to a much bigger issue: who was making decisions in the White House while President Biden was tucked in and asleep. Over 4 years, the Biden administration enacted thousands of new regulations that are costing the American people $1.8 trillion a year. Who made those decisions? He appointed 235 far-left judges to the federal bench. Many had never been a judge. They had no judicial experience. They had never clerked for a judge. They were activists. And abused the president's pardon power to protect Biden family members and free violent criminals. Yes, those last day pardons, it appears he signed only one. That was the one for Hunter Biden. And because most of these actions were signed with the auto pen, Biden may not have been aware of these actions. That would mean that for 4 years, a small group of insiders were making decisions in the president's name. It was a direct attack on our nation's constitutional order. Every single American deserves to know who was running this country while he was in office. That's why earlier today, the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing on a Biden cover-up and heard from constitutional scholars who outlined the legal implications of having a president who was absent from his job. This is just the first step in uncovering the truth, and we are going to continue the push for transparency and get to the bottom of the issue to ensure something like this never happens again. I am so sorry. Oh my goodness.
If you could just read the bold parts.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk. S-Res 293, S-Res 294.
Proceeding to the measures en bloc. Without objection. The Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table en bloc.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Con Res 15, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 15, expressing support for America's law enforcement professionals.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the concurrent resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 259.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 259, recognizing June 2nd, 2025 as the 39th anniversary of C-SPAN, chronicling democracy in the Senate.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 275.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 275, honoring the memory of the victims of the heinous attack at the Pulse nightclub on June 12, 2016.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn to then convene for pro forma session only, with no business being conducted on the following dates and times: Friday, June 20th at 3:15 p.m. Further, that when the Senate adjourns on Friday, June 20th, it stand adjourned until 4:30 on Monday, June 23rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motions filed on June 18th ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order, following the remarks of the very patient Senator Cantwell.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise.
The Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to express my concerns about reports that President Trump is going to again extend the deadline for getting TikTok out of the control of ByteDance and the Chinese government. Concerned because that means that, again, we are going to allow this national security issue to fester and to continue on, maybe for several more months. What we know now, though, in the middle of a global conflict, during which we know our enemies can weaponize TikTok to spread their propaganda and turn the world against the United States, we need to take action. While I know there are legitimate uses of TikTok, it is also used by governments, in particular the Chinese, to spread lies and indoctrinate people about what China, Iran, Russia want Americans to believe about our own country, about our own government. This is alarming when an app is the top news source of Americans under the age of 30. Let me give some examples of these practices. In December 2023, Rutgers University found that TikTok's algorithm disproportionately amplified anti-Israel and, by extension, anti-Semitic content compared with other social media platforms. This amplification, observed in the context of a major geopolitical events, such as the portrayal of the Israel-Hamas conflict, and such hashtags, quote, "I stand with Israel," or "pray for Israel," were unrepresented. That means they weren't represented at a ratio of 6-to-1. According to the Jewish Federation of North America, individuals on TikTok for over 30 minutes a day were 17% more likely to be anti-Semitic. And last year, anti-Semitic comments on TikTok rose 912%. My fear is that a similar study would show that in between the issues that we do think are legitimate businesses on TikTok, that there's a bias and anti-American content being pushed about even the current hostilities now in Iran. That is why, Mr. President, I would like to submit for the record a report by Rutgers University entitled "A TikTok Ticking Time Bomb: How TikTok's Global Platform Anomalies Align with the Chinese Communist Party's Geostrategic Objectives." On the flip side, another example is the current topics that China doesn't like to talk about. They're sensitive to. You're never going to see any information on TikTok about Tiananmen Square and what happened. And now we're in a trade war. In a new report last month, Rutgers University found that following President Trump's decision to put new tariffs on China, TikTok drove content pushing Americans to buy directly from Chinese manufacturers, as well as content denigrating U.S. companies. The research pointed it out, and it resulted in tens of millions of views on Chinese products, suggesting the platform influenced the user and drove behavior that changed at a massive scale. That is to say, now TikTok is being used against us in a trade war. I'm also concerned that despite this clear and present danger, these extensions just continue to give China an ability to influence unduly American citizens. The president needs to implement the law that Congress gave him, that the Supreme Court has upheld, and protect our military and our citizens against this foreign misinformation that is taking place. Last week, I asked Secretary Bessent from the Treasury whether he had been discussing TikTok at meetings with Chinese officials in London. He said they had not. I'm concerned that these extensions of the TikTok deal are illegal. Note that Congress passed this law and the president extending the deadline to allow them to continue to operate in the United States under the control of ByteDance and the Chinese government is not what Congress intended. Congress said in the law that any deal on the sale of TikTok must include a transfer of the ownership of TikTok's source code, training data, and recommendation algorithms. This may be, for some people, not really clear, but we would not let the Chinese government own ABC or NBC, and we shouldn't let them broadcast their content into the United States on ABC or NBC, and we shouldn't allow them to do the same with TikTok. The Supreme Court, as I said, unanimously upheld this law that Congress passed. I'm concerned that each extension, though, of not getting a deal puts America and some of our leading tech companies at great financial risk. Under the law, app stores that distribute and support TikTok are subject to severe penalties, up to $5,000 per user, and that could amount to billions of dollars in damages. And while the current administration has signaled that they won't enforce the law, the statute of limitations for that liability is 5 years, meaning future administrations could apply those penalties retroactively. So simply put, we cannot continue to allow foreign adversaries to control technology that can fuel domestic and political polarization and civil unrest. We need the president to follow the law that Congress passed, bring TikTok under U.S. ownership. I thank the president, and I yield the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3:15 p.m. on Friday.